And then, sorry, my voice is going a bit. Then I decide to make alterations to the rules so that I'm able to proceed further with the game. So the rule of having counter as my only technique and not using any other technique, not using Megaton Punch, Buster Dive, Sonic Jab, whatever, that rule stays and it remains for the whole of the challenge, the whole of the video, so I don't use any technique other than counter. The rule of not being allowed to attack while flattened, that is another rule that remains and doesn't get affected in any sort of way. What does change slightly is that in the battles where there's no way of being able to win with just counter, being up against Digimon who don't use any technique that counter can work against, for those battles I have altered the rules slightly so that I am allowed to use finishes in those battles. So when I'm in a battle against a Digimon who can't be hurt with counter, I'm allowed to use finishes to defeat that Digimon, but I'm still not allowed to use any technique different to counter, and I'm still not allowed to attack while flattened. And when I have other battles against Digimon that counter does work on, for those battles I have to go by the same rules that I've been going by so far. So only use counter, no finishes, don't attack while flattened, only use counter. So from here onwards, if a battle can be won with counter, then I have to continue the way I've been going, so only use counter. If it's not possible to win a battle with counter, then I allow myself to use finishes in that battle, but everything else remains the same. And you can see that I've gone to Gear Savannah, and I'm going to the secret item shop to purchase Digimon cards so that I have the value of 300 merit points. So 30 points, 60, 90, 100, 110, and the rest can come from buy-in packs of 3. So 100, 130, 160, 190, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 75, 85, 90, 95, Goborimon makes it 300, so Numamon and below can be sold. And from here I'll be going to the Gecko Swamp and battling Otamamon I can't think of any way in which I could possibly defeat him with counter, and so I will be using finishes against him, but that's the only way that I'm going to be able to attack him. I'm not going to be allowed to use any alternative technique. I'm not going to be allowed to attack while flattened. I just have to wait until my finish gauge fills up, and I didn't want to get into a battle. So yeah, I just have to wait until my finish gauge fills up and then use finishes to defeat Tyrannomon. So while waiting for the finish gauge to fill up, it would probably be best to use distance and defensive. Try to avoid attacks best I can, try to keep my distance best I can, try to block attacks best I can. Blocking attacks does result in your finish gauge filling up. It's not the only thing, but if we're in a position where we can't attack, then blocking attacks is probably going to be the fastest way to fill up our finish gauge. So by defeating Tyrannomon, we'll have access to the Volume Villa, we can get the Amazing Rod, and more importantly, we'll be able to make it up to Cherrymon in Misty Trees, and have access to Toy Town, which will lead to us eventually being able to recruit Muntzymon, and it will also help with recruiting Nannymon. But the objective isn't simply to complete the game. The objective is to try and finish with as many prosperity points as possible. Hopefully I can do the job with just one finish. And I can most certainly do that. Saves me from having to wait until my finish gauge fills up again. For game completion, the only fishing that I have to do is fishing for Seedramon. But the amazing rod will make catching him much easier than having to use the old rod. And by having the amazing rod, I also have the ability to catch Digi Basses, should it seem like a good idea to prolong my Digimon's life. Digi Basses prolong your Digimon's life, so I'll have the ability to keep my Digimon alive, prolong its lifespan should I consider it to be necessary with any of the Digimon that I will be using throughout this challenge. There's no point going to Toy Town during this lifespan, because I've got no way of being able to get a Numamon, which is needed in order to digivolve to Muncymon. Here Yoramon has mentioned about the bandits, so Olgamon will now show up at the Great Canyon, and by defeating him, it will result in us being able to access the Olga Fortress, where we can defeat Olgamon for the second time, and then recruit Shaomon, which will be very helpful, because we will then be able to catch Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, proceed to Beetleland, recruit Kawagamon and Carboterimon, and it will also make it possible to recruit Vadermon and Skullgreymon. Now, the first Olgamon battle, I don't believe there's any way of doing any damage with counter. Olgamon uses Magma Bomb and Tremor. The Ogumons, I think, use Magma Bomb, Fire Tower, Heat Laser and Spitfire. I don't believe there's any way of counter working on any of those techniques, which means that, like with Otamamon, I have to rely on finishes. Now, I don't need to worry about the Ogumons, because Olgamon can defeat them with his Tremor. Olgamon is the only one I'll have to defeat myself, and I will have to do that by using finishes. Hopefully it won't take any more than 2 finishes in order to defeat Olgamon. 3600 HP, so in order to be able to defeat him with 2 finishes, I need my Energetic Bomb to do a minimum of 1800 damage. It did over 2000 against Otamamon, but this is a different fight. Olgamon is certainly tougher than Otamamon. He certainly has better stats. But let's see how the battle goes. So up next is the second Olgamon battle, and the second Olgamon battle is going to be different in that we are not allowed to use finishes during the second Olgamon battle. The reason for that is because Olgamon uses Dynamite Kick, which counter works against. So if Olgamon defeats the Ugumons for us with his Tremor ability, and we defeat Olgamon by using counter when he uses Dynamite Kick, then we can win the battle with just counter. So we don't need finishes, and therefore we're not allowed to use finishes. What is very significant, well, another very significant thing about the Ogre Fortress is successfully producing the Ugumon skip. There's those 3 Ugumons who are meant to be a mandatory battle, but they can be skipped, and they use, I think, Heat Laser, Magma Bomb, Fire Tower, Spitfire. I don't see how counter can work on any of those techniques. So if I was to battle them, then I would have to use finishes. But that would be classed as using finishes unnecessarily, since the battle is technically avoidable. So I have to avoid the Ugumons so that I can make it to the final part of the Ogre Fortress without battling them, and therefore without using finishes unnecessarily, because that would go against the rules. It's not compulsory to defeat them with finishes, because it's not compulsory to defeat them because you can avoid them, if that makes sense. There we are. It'd be like getting into a random battle and, you know, using a finish, because counter doesn't work. You know, it's just, it goes against the rules. You know, avoid unnecessary battles. Well, here it seems pretty straightforward in principle, but it is very important that the Ugumons get defeated by Olgamon before Olgamon gets defeated by me. Because if Olgamon gets defeated when either of the Ugumons are still alive, then I'm not going to have any way of defeating the Ugumons without going against the rules of the challenge. See there, it's good that I countered, but I do need the Ugumons to get defeated first. Now I need to be careful, because Ogremon can only survive one more counter, and the two Ogremons are still alive. Admit, I'm trying to keep my distance here. Okay, good. That would be the second Ogremon battle out of the way. So when I decide to have the third Ogremon battle, I'll have to go to Friesland and speak to the Leomon. At the moment we're in the Great Canyon area, so Leomon is the next priority. There is the Goborimon skip, which enables you to avoid the Goborimon on the Digimon Bridge. I suppose it would be helpful to avoid the battle, because it saves us from having to have one extra battle, but it's certainly not compulsory, because we can defeat him with just counter. I believe he uses either Sonic Jab or Megaton Punch, or both, so he would be defeatable. You can see I am trying the Goborimon skip, something that I'm very bad at, and I speed the video up because of how bad I am at it. And in the end, I think I just got fed up and decided just to battle the Goborimon instead. As someone who is dreadful at the Goborimon skip, I was very glad that this was a battle that you didn't have to avoid. So Leomon speaks to us. In the Olga Fortress, you have to use the elevator to go upwards, like we did, and then come here, because using the elevator was what caused the ground to rise, causing Leomon to be stuck. So we now have to return the way we came and go back down the elevator into the Olga Fortress, and then make the long return back to the previous parts of the Great Canyon, and more importantly the Great Canyon Bridge. Because after going down in the elevator like we did, the ground that Leomon was on should have gone back to normal, and so Leomon will be okay. Now this room is now available. It became available after defeating Olgamon for the second time. It wasn't available to begin with, but it is now, and we can help ourselves to the items in here. Some of them are useful. Now, the part of the Great Canyon that I was at when I defeated Olgamon the first time, you saw that I fell off a cliff and ended up on the lower part of Great Canyon. There's two ways you can go down to the lower part of Great Canyon: either fall off the cliff like I did, which is something that can only be done once, and there's also an elevator that takes you down as well. So I'm sort of back in the sort of area that I was at when I fell off the cliff, and I will be using the elevator to go back to a part of the Great Canyon that I have previously been to, and from there I can go to the Great Canyon Bridge. This here is near where we had the first Olgamon battle, and after defeating him I could have come here and used the elevator to go downwards. That wouldn't have been a problem, but I like to fall off the cliff. Firstly because I believe the Olgamon bandit music continues to play until after you fall off the cliff. And also, I think that one of Angemon's hints is connected to the cliff, and the hint doesn't go away until after you fall off the cliff. If you don't fall off the cliff, then I think the hint remains, and I believe that that's the way of things. Even if you have 100 prosperity points, I think the hint will still be there. And I can only imagine that the hint is linked to Olgamon. The hint about the cliff, I can only imagine that the hint is a hint on recruiting Olgamon. Now we've gone upwards to the top part of the Great Canyon, and here we are going to be battling Birdramon, and I will be defeating her with finishes. The only attack she uses is Prominence Beam, and as far as I'm aware, you can't use counter on Prominence Beam. And if I get flattened by Prominence Beam, then I have to not attack. The same way that if I was to get flattened in any other stage of this challenge, I'm not allowed to attack while flattened. It is a case of just waiting until my finish gauge fills up and defeating Birdramon with finishes. with luck, it might be possible to defeat her with just one more finish. But I would say there is a pretty strong possibility that we're going to need 2 more finishes. Okay, we are going to need 1 more finish, unfortunately. 1 more successful finish, of course. You're not going to do any damage if your finish gets stopped. So we now have the benefit of being able to use the Birdra transport, plus being able to recruit a fair number of different Digimon thanks to Leomon being recruited. I only have to defeat Olgamon once more in order to recruit Waymon and have access to the Factorial Town. I have to, go to Leomon's notice board and see the article about the late Guardian, plus all of the other necessary articles as well. So yeah, article number 3 was about the Late Guardian. Article number 2 was about a UFO, which is linked to furthering our progress with recruiting Vadermon. Article number 6 about Myotismon isn't displayed yet, and that's because we haven't done the initial part of Greylord's Mansion yet. You have to do the initial bit of Greylord's Mansion where you save Myotismon the first time before the article about Myotismon can show up. You also need a minimum of 40 prosperity points as well, I believe. Speaking of prosperity points, how many do we have? 46. So we have enough in order to enter the Leomon Ancestor Cave, because we defeated and recruited Miramon, and we have over 45 prosperity points. So we'll be able to get the Ancestor Stone, and that will make recruiting Leomon possible. We also have enough prosperity points to recruit Vadermon. If we were to go to the crop circles, there will now be 2, and then return to the notice board, and there'll be another article about article number 8 about an alien, and then going back to the crop circles there'll be a load more, and Vadermon will show up and then join the city. That would take us up to Vadermon and Leomon together would take us up to 51 prosperity points, and so if we then speak to Digimon, then Airdramon would show up and battle us, and that would give us access to Mount Infinity. And also Etamon will show up in the native forest as well. And we also have to remember Beetle Land, because I think Seadramon only shows up for 2 hours throughout the space of a day. I think it's 8 AM and 5 PM. 8 AM is gone, obviously. 5 PM, from looking at the clock, I think 5 PM is the next hour. And he's going to be there for the whole of the hour. So we have about an hour and... well, we have at least like an hour and a half. I mean, he'll first show up in about 40 minutes or so, and he will disappear an hour after when he first shows up. Leomon Ancestor Cave. Here I come. Can you viewers stand the excitement? I know I'm struggling to contain myself, overwhelmed with excitement. if I am to prioritise Seedramon, then he shows up. He'll first show up in just under a quarter of an hour, and then he'll disappear an hour later. So if we were to head to the Dragoneye Lake now, then we would be there at the same time that he would be there, and there would be the opportunity to catch him. Article number 8. So the only missing articles are 7 and 6, both to do with Myotismon. You have to see Article 6 in order to be able to do the second lot of stuff in Greylord's Mansion, which leads towards being able to recruit Skull Greymon, and then Article number 7 shows after you recruit Skull Greymon. Article 8 appears if you if your character acknowledges that there's more than one crop circle, and you have a minimum of 45 prosperity points. Article 1, I think, shows as soon as you recruit Shalmon, and then the other articles 2, 3, 4 and 5, I think, show up after you reach a certain amount of prosperity points. Articles 2 and 8 are to do with Vademon, 6 and 7 to do with Myotismon. Article 1 is just an update about Olgamon and the bandits. Article 3 is to do with Seedramon here. Article 4 and 5, I don't think there's any need to see those articles. One of them is about Fridgimon saving someone in Friesland. The other is about the secret shop in Gear Savannah. I don't believe you need to see any of those articles. I don't think anything comes as a result of it. So, articles 4, 5 and 7, I don't think you need to see... Wait, no, articles 1, 4, 5 and 7, I don't think you have to see any of those articles. Whereas articles 2, 3, 6 and 8, you do have to see in order to be able to recruit Vademon, Skull Greymon, Seedramon, Kawagamon and Carbuterimon. And to recruit Carbuterimon, you also need to have recruited Greymon. Kawagamon, on the other hand, I think you can recruit no matter what. I don't think there are any initial requirements apart from coming to Beetleland. Because you speak to him, you pick the second option, then he joins the city. Carbuterimon, again, you speak to him, you pick the second option, he joins the city, but the second option is only available if you've recruited Greymon. If you haven't recruited Greymon, then it's only the other option, and picking that doesn't result in Carbuterimon joining the city. From going to Beetleland, I believe we are 6 prosperity points better off. 2 for Kawagamon, 2 for Carbuterimon, 2 for Seedramon. Even though Seedramon doesn't join the city, I think you do still get the prosperity points for him. So, Mount Infinity is available to us. If we leave, we will be confronted by Airdramon, and this is a battle where I use finishes in order to defeat Airdramon, because his techniques are Megalo Spark, Confusion Storm, and Hurricane. So, unless I'm mistaken, counter is not going to work against Airdramon, so finishes are needed. access to Mount Infinity is now available, and it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to make some progress with Mount Infinity at some point, but Machinedramon is strictly not to be defeated yet, because there are things that have to be done beforehand. Before I defeat Machinedramon, I need to make sure that I'm completely done with Greylord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary, and the Olga Fortress. The reason for that is because after you defeat Machinedramon, when you leave and then return to the game afterwards and you're presented with the medal and the Machinedramon card, Machinedramon then appears at the back dimension, and the back dimension is at either Greylord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary, or the Olga Fortress. It completely varies, and I'll talk more about that after this battle with Etemon. Okay, not too many complaints regarding that battle. The only complaint is coming up shortly. You saw that Etamon dropped a brain chip. He leaves and joins the city, but guess what happens next? We fade away, and without being able to collect the brain chip, which was a bit annoying. But the main thing is we defeated Etamon. He was available since we had 50 prosperity points or more. We were able to defeat him with counter, since one of his techniques was Dynamite Kick, along with Buster Dive and Warcry, and so we were able to defeat him with counter, which meant that finishes weren't allowed. And since fading away, I choose the green egg very specifically because of the Digimon that I'm aiming for, and it's going to be a case of training and giving hawk radishes and super carrots accordingly, but also making the most of the restaurant so that I can boost my attack and brains every time my Digimon wants to eat, as well as not losing the effects of the super carrot or hawk radish, whichever one my Digimon last ate. So the training manual is needed, and same with the super carrots and hawk radishes, and that looks pretty good for now. I was saying about the back dimension, so the back dimension will either be at Greylord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary or Olga Fortress. I think it's completely random, and so if I was to try and go to one of those places and it was to be the back dimension instead, then I would have to defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension in order to be able to have access to the place that I'm trying to get to. The Machinedramon at the back dimension uses Orange Beam, Thunderbolt and Full Power, so I don't believe it's possible to beat him with counter, which would mean having to use finishes. But since it's not a mandatory battle for game completion, it would be a case of using finishes unnecessarily, because the battle can be avoided, and so it would basically kill this challenge. So to prevent that, I have to make sure that I'm completely done with Greylord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary and Olga Fortress before I defeat Machinedramon, so I don't have any complications arise as a result of the back dimension. I won't need to go to any of the free places, and so I won't need to worry about the back dimension or Machinedramon or anything like that. I believe we are completely done with the Ice Sanctuary. We've recruited Angemon and we've collected all of the items there. We're not done with the Olga Fortress, because even though we've battled Olgamon at the Olga Fortress and recruited Xiaomon and collected all the items there, we haven't yet spoke to Nannymon there. The Olga Fortress is one of the places that Nannymon shows up, and Greylord's Mansion we're certainly not done with, as we haven't even started with it yet. I haven't even gone to Greylord's Mansion to do the initial bits of it, let alone the later bits which lead to us being able to recruit Skull Greymon. I have to have recruited, I have to speak to Nannymon at the Olga Fortress, plus recruit Skullgreymon at Greylord's mansion, as well as collecting all of the items there, before I can consider defeating Machinedramon. So the Mount Infinity is to be avoided unless it's just in the interest of making other progress, like recruiting Devimon, Megadramon, Metal Greymon, whatever. And I had to defeat Airdramon since I'm aiming for the highest possible number of prosperity points, and you have to defeat Airdramon in order to recruit him, which you get 2 prosperity points for. If I was simply aiming to complete the game, then I would have avoided Airdramon with an autopilot. In Digimon's house, I would have taken an autopilot, which would have sent me outside the city, and in a way where I would have avoided Airdramon, and then Mount Infinity would have been available to me. I believe I had worked out that the highest number of prosperity points I could have made it up to before any alterations were made would have been 48. So if I was aiming to simply complete the game while trying to only use counter, trying not to use finishes, then I would have been forced to make it up to 50 prosperity points, which would have meant needing 2 more prosperity points. Defeating Birdramon would have done the trick, but I would have needed finishes. Then I could have avoided Airdramon with an autopilot, defeat Devimon and Machinedramon with counter, and then have to use finishes to defeat Metal Greymon. So in total there would have been 2 battles where I was doing more than just using counter. But since we're trying to get as many prosperity points as possible, there are quite a few other battles where I'm not using any technique other than counter, but still using finishes when counter is no good. And to bring you up to speed with what's going on at the moment, well, since Metal Mumemon faded away, I've moved on to my next lifespan. I chose the green egg, starting off with Bottomon, who's digivolved to Koromon, and I'm aiming to digivolve to Ogumon rather than Gabumon. And in this lifespan, I'm aiming to see to Greylord's mansion. I'm aiming to gain access to Greylord's mansion and doing all that needs to be done in order to recruit Skullgreymon. And when I digivolve to Ogumon, I obviously intend on digivolving further, so I'm currently training aiming to digivolve to Ogumon, but I'm also thinking ahead, thinking about what my intentions for Digivolutions are after Ogumon. So I'm also training to help with what I plan on doing after Agumon. But we have to take things one step at a time, so I have to digivolve to Agumon before I can go any further. And I will get the Digivolution requirements and conditions up, but I think the condition for digivolving to Agumon is for your attack to be the highest stat. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what it is for Gabumon, but I'll have to. But I can get up the requirements and conditions. But every time I eat, my attack and brains is going up. So, in order to increase my attack in brains, I'm less dependent on training, because some of it's going to come from the restaurant, whereas the other stats I'm a lot more dependent on the green gym. From the looks of things, with Agumon, in order to digivolve to him, you need your attack to be the highest stat. As for Gabumon, you need any of your 3 other stats to be the highest. Defense, speed, or brains. So when I do digivolve, I do need my attack to be the highest stat. So training my attack will surely be needed, because the restaurant alone surely won't get my attack high enough in time before I digivolve. My defense is over 100. Care mistakes are completely irrelevant, but it makes sense to avoid care mistakes. I want to have the best happiness and discipline that I can have, and I want my lifespan to be as long as possible, and I think that avoiding care mistakes and maintaining the best possible happiness and discipline would enable you to have the longest possible lifespan. Whereas doing the opposite would have a negative impact on your lifespan, unless I'm misunderstood. Now, instead of using the restaurant that time, I chose to give Koromon a super carrot so that I'll gain more attack from train in my attack, because I need to make sure that my attack is superior to the other stats when I digivolve. With, you know, like general gameplay, you know, general completion of the game, in most cases I would advise against ever using the restaurant, just because of how expensive it is, how much more expensive it is than simply feeding your Digimon food items. It just so happens that under these circumstances, where I'm trying a challenge of this sort, the restaurant does prove to be particularly helpful. It helps with reaching stat requirements because of the small stat boost that I get every time I eat there. And also I decide to train once more just because Koromon will still want to eat after the hour is up, so I can then go to the restaurant after training once more. And also about the restaurant, the other advantage being that I am able to feed my Digimon without losing the effects of super carrots and hawk radishes. But it is still very expensive nonetheless, and you know, a lot of trading with the Moldramon, you know, trading medium HPs for super defense discs, a lot of that is needed in order for you to be able to afford to eat at the restaurant like I do. I mean, my Digimon are virtually living off it. The food item I'm picking, it costs 3,500, so eat 10 times, that's 35,000 bits. And sometimes your Digimon doesn't always just eat once, like when it wants food and it goes to the restaurant, it doesn't always just eat once, it can eat 2 or 3 times. So, okay, we are now digivolving. You can spend 10,500 bits just from satisfying your Digimon's appetite once. Agumon it is, but the training has to continue because I'm now aiming to digivolve to Greymon. The stat requirement for digivolving to Greymon is for your attack, defense, speed and brains to all be 100, so that explains why I was training my speed, defense and brains as well as my attack, despite the fact that attack was the most important stat with Digivolve into Agumon. The care mistake requirement, you're restricted to a maximum of 1 care mistake, so it's vital to make sure I always feed Agumon when he wants to eat, always take him to the toilet when he needs the toilet, let him sleep when he wants to sleep, and the weight requirement for Greymon is 25 to 35. At the moment, I imagine that we are well under that, but the restaurant will boost our weight significantly. If we need to boost our weight even more, then we can force feed him hawk radishes. If our weight gets too high, then we can reduce it with super carrots. We'll just have to keep an eye on our weight. And then the bonus condition, one of them is certainly achievable. Discipline has to be a minimum of 90. So our discipline will go up from feeding Agumon and taking him to the toilet, as well as avoiding tiredness, which will require resting, and making sure we let our Digimon sleep when he wants to sleep. Worst case scenario, I think I've got an ice mushroom in the item bank, and there's also the option of scolding my Digimon. I know that will have a negative impact on our happiness, but I think we have happy mushrooms in our item bank, which would be able to swiftly refill our our happiness. So stats, care mistakes, weight, discipline, which is the bonus condition, it is possible for us to fulfill all 4 of the requirements for Greymon, and I don't anticipate any major difficulty with succeeding at that. We've already got the stat requirement, but I'm continuing to train because I'm also thinking about after Greymon, what are we going to do once we digivolve to Greymon, plus the fact that the better stats we have, the easier the game will be. So I want to try and have the best possible stats that I can have. So there's still a lot of training to be done, and while training, I'm trying my best to be a good tamer, avoiding care mistakes. Just keep doing what I'm doing. If I look at the other Digimon that Agumon can digivolve to, and the requirements, you can digivolve to Miramon. Stat requirement, have attack at 100, well, we have fulfilled that. Care mistake requirement 5 or more, we shouldn't come close to fulfilling that. weight 15 to 25. Our weight probably will be within that range at times, but when we digivolve, and when we get close to digivolving, we can ensure that our weight is what it needs to be for Greymon and not other Digimon instead. The bonus condition, either a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. I can't imagine I will come close to fulfilling the bonus condition for Mirrormon, so it doesn't look like Mirrormon is a Digimon I have to be worried about. Birdramon, stat requirement, speed has to be 100 or more, we have fulfilled that. Care mistakes 3 or more, we shouldn't come close to fulfilling that. Weight 15 to 25, so same as Mirrormon. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or having Biomon as your Digimon. Well, Agumon's not going to turn into Biomon, and we certainly don't have 35 techniques, so we're not going to be fulfilling the bonus condition, so Birdramon doesn't look like an issue either. Centarumon, brains 100, we are fulfilling that. Care mistakes 3 or less, we are fulfilling that. Weight is the same as Greymon, 25 to 35. And then bonus condition, there's one that can easily be fulfilled, discipline, which has to be a minimum of 60. Well, we're going to be aiming to have 90, because that's needed for Greymon. So it looks like we're also going to be fulfilling all 4 requirements for Centarumon. Obviously, we can't digivolve to both Greymon and Centarumon. No, it has to be one of them. Is there a way of knowing like which one's more likely? Is there a way of ensuring that it's going to be Greymon and not Centarumon? Well, while we ponder about that, Agumon can also digivolve to Monochromon. Stat requirements, 1000 HP, 100 defense and brains. Our HP is under 1000, so we are not fulfilling the stat requirement for Monochromon, thanks to our HP being under 1000. Care mistakes 3 or less, we are fulfilling that. Weight 35 to 45, I can't imagine our weight getting that high. We can always use super carrots to maintain it should we need to. One of the bonus conditions is to keep our battles under 5. We will fulfill that. So it looks like keeping HP under 1000 would be wise. The other Digimon Agumon can digivolve to is Tyrannomon. Stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. All the more reason to keep our HP under 1000. Care mistakes 5 or less, we will be fulfilling that. Weight 25 to 35, same as Greymon, so we're probably going to fulfill that. One of the bonus conditions is to have is to keep our number of battles under 5, which we will be fulfilling. So it looks like keeping HP under 1000 is going to be very important. And those are all of the Digimon that Agumon can digivolve to. So for as long as we keep HP under 1000, it looks like the most concerning Digivolution would be Tyrannomon, because we are also fulfilling all 4 of his requirements as well as all 4 of Greymon's requirements. It's just a shame that there's a bit of a crossover with the requirements. The fact that they both need 100 brains, and Greymon needs other stats as well. Greymon 0 to 1 care mistakes, which is also within the range for Tyrannomon, except the limit for Tyrannomon is higher. Weight is the same, and then they both have a bonus condition involving discipline, where Tyrannomon's discipline has to be at least 60%, Greymon's has to be at least 90%. So by fulfilling the discipline requirement for Greymon, you're also fulfilling the discipline requirement for Tyrannomon. Yeah, it looks like there's... it's possible to fulfill Tyrannomon's requirements without fulfilling Greymon's requirements, but it looks like you're not really able to fulfill Greymon's requirements without fulfilling Tyrannomon's requirements. But I've digivolved to Greymon many times before, and presumably I, at the time, was fulfilling Tyrannomon's requirements as well, but I still digivolved to Greymon. I don't know if it would help to keep brains below the other stats, but that might be worthwhile. And a couple of times I've scolded Agumon, that's just because of our happiness being full or virtually full, and so I've decided to scold him to boost our discipline a bit, which we need for Greymon. I know happiness would go down, but it would go back up from feeding Agumon and taking him to the toilet and doing things like that. So we should get the happiness back pretty promptly. The restaurant food does reduce our tiredness, but that alone I doubt would be enough to prevent the sweat bubble if we were to spend all our other time training. So that's why I'm also resting at the clinic, just to try my best to avoid tiredness. Discipline looks like it's close to the target. I've already got our attack to over 300. Since it's a super carrot that we've got the effects of, as well as training attack, it would also be wise. Well, it would also, the super carrot boosts the effects of training attack, but also the effects of training MP and brains. Then Horseradish will switch it to HP, speed and defense. So I gave Agumon a Horseradish, and now our speed is what I'm focusing on. When I was looking at the Digivolution requirements, I don't recall it saying that having 1000 MP was a requirement for any of the Digimon. I know 1000 HP got mentioned, but I don't think 1000 MP got mentioned, so it shouldn't be an issue if our MP makes it over 1000. But when I was playing, I think I was keen to keep both HP and MP under 1000 just in case, which probably wasn't necessary. And keeping HP under 1000 might have been necessary, but I don't think it would have been necessary to have kept MP under 1000 as well. With attack and speed being at 300, you can see I was training my defense, which also boosts brains. And I have a feeling our Digivolution can't be too far away. They're not digivolving just yet. Looks like I've decided to focus on our attack even more. weight is 24. The range for Greymon was between 25 and 35, if I remember correctly. And Digimon wants to eat, so eating will put our weight within the range of 25 and 35. Does that mean that we will digivolve straight afterwards? Well, that depends on whether or not we've been a rookie for long enough. You have to... before a Digimon can digivolve, you have to have had that Digimon for a certain amount of time before it can digivolve. Agumon still hasn't digivolved, despite the fact that our weight is in the range, as well as our three other requirements being fulfilled. So all 4 requirements for Greymon are being fulfilled, but Agumon still isn't digivolving, so I can only assume that we haven't been a rookie long enough for the Digivolution to come into play. Because even when our weight wasn't within the range, we were still fulfilling 3 of the requirements, so I assume that that alone would have been enough for a Digivolution. He can hold on for an extra hour. Oh, we're digivolving. Greymon it is. And I would love to tell you that all of this training and grinding is over, but I am afraid that's not the case, because we are now aiming to digivolve one step further, digivolve to an ultimate, and the Digimon that we are aiming to digivolve to is Skull Greymon. He is an ultimate Digimon that Greymon can digivolve to, who has virus who's a virus type, and can therefore enter Greylord's mansion, and he can also use counter. So I'm continuing to train because there's stat requirements that need to be fulfilled, as well as other requirements as well, of course. And I'm going to the restaurant like normal, and it's common for Greymon to want to eat quite a few times. There's 2. Okay, it's 3 times. So we gain 15 attack and 9 brains. And if I look at the requirements for Skull Greymon, HP has to be 4,000, MP has to be 6,000, attack and defense have to be 400, speed has to be 200, brains has to be 500. So we do need high stats in order to digivolve to Skull Greymon. Care mistakes, we need a minimum of 10. Now I don't want to... Although I need care mistakes, I don't want to get those care mistakes by not feeding Greymon, because I like the stat boost that I get from the restaurant when eating at the restaurant. So it would look better, I think it would work out better if the care mistakes were to come from messing on the floor instead. I gave Greymon a Horseradish to change it so that HP, speed and defense are what we will have, so that we'll have a bigger stat boost from training HP, speed and defense rather than attack, MP and brains. But he still wants to eat, so I am going to the restaurant, and I'm going to let Greymon mess on the floor because I need to have a minimum of 10 care mistakes, and that will be one of them. Weight has to be between 25 and 35, which is pretty low considering how much Greymon eats and how much our weight is going to go up from eating at the restaurant. The bonus condition we won't be able to fulfill. We need either a minimum of 40 battles or a minimum of 45 techniques. So the bonus condition is out of the question. We have to fulfill stats, care mistakes and weight instead. And seeing as our weight is surely going to go above the range, and seeing as we need a minimum of 10 care mistakes, I think sometimes it might be a good idea not to feed Greymon so that we can do a better job at maintaining our weight, despite the fact that we get stat boosts from eating at the restaurant. There are also super carrots which can help with maintaining our weight. Having Greymon mess on the floor, that's certainly one thing that will go towards getting those 10 care mistakes. The other Digimon that Greymon can digivolve to is Metal Greymon, who I don't want. Stat requirements: HP 4000, MP 3000, attack and defense 500, speed and brains 300. Those are more lenient than what's needed for Skull Greymon. Care mistakes have to be 10 or less. So if we make sure our care mistakes go above 10, then we'll be fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Skull Greymon and not Metal Greymon. Weight 60 to 70, so we have to watch out for that. The weight requirement for Skull Greymon is considerably less. The bonus condition, there is one that's possible to fulfill, and that's having discipline at a minimum of 95%. won't fulfill a minimum of 30 battles or a minimum of 30 techniques, which is other potential bonus conditions for Metal Greymon. It sounds like we should be able to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Metal Greymon, as well as successfully fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Skull Greymon, having care mistakes over 10, having weight within Skull Greymon's range but not Metal Greymon's, and fulfilling the stat requirement for both of the 2 Digimon. Then stats, weight and care mistakes for Skull Greymon, that should do the job. Stats for Metal Greymon, not care mistakes, not weight, possibly the bonus condition, but that's only 2. Well, at the moment, our weight is well above the limit, and I continued to go to the restaurant. I must have really wanted the stat boosts that you get from eating at the restaurant. I do hope that, you know, I am aware that when I was playing, I do hope that I was fully aware of all of the requirements, because my weight does need to go down a lot, which would require me to either feed super carrots to Greymon when he wants to eat. That will satisfy his appetite while lowering his weight. Or the other option is to not feed him when he wants to eat. That will stop his weight from going up and will also count as a care mistake. And we are in need of a minimum of 10 care mistakes. Well, 11, so that we are fulfilling the care mistakes for Skull Greymon, and not Metal Greymon. And having Greymon mess on the floor is something that's going to continue, because we are getting a care mistake every time it happens. But I need to be sensible, because I don't want the Virus Scourge to reach the maximum. I guess it's a shame that we have to have care mistakes, because that clearly has a negative impact on happiness and discipline, which I think has a negative impact on your Digimon's lifespan, plus care mistakes on their own might have a negative effect on your Digimon's lifespan. But we don't really have a choice. we're having our discipline fall under 95% as a result of care mistakes wouldn't be a bad thing, since that would mean not fulfilling the bonus condition for Metal Greymon. And I don't plan on having any battles with Greymon, but I did take out Spitfire and put in counter, and that's just in case I accidentally get into any battles with any random Digimon, because if I was to accidentally get into a battle and I was to attack with Spitfire, then that would kill the challenge. So by having counter equipped, if I do accidentally get into any unwanted battles, at least I won't use any technique other than counter, since counter is the only technique that I have equipped. And I've come here to Gear Savannah to recruit Leomon, and I'm killing two birds with one stone, because from there I will then go to the Trash Mountain to train my MP. You need 6,000 MP for Skull Greymon, which is an awful lot, and at Trash Mountain there's a piece of equipment which boosts your MP, and it boosts it very greatly. It boosts your MP by an awful lot, and by having a training manual and by giving Greymon a super carrot, which I did just before going to the restaurant most recently, the MP boost that we get should be very generous. So I just triggered the cutscene with Leomon, Patamon and Gaborimon. Now I'm going to present the stone to Leomon and recruit him, and there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly, the bit where he says you can count on me, and I have to go through that bit of text slowly to prevent my game from freezing, because not going through it slowly can cause my game to freeze for some reason. So I go slowly, I speed the video up. Leomon recruited, now we head to Trash Mountain. When Greymon needs the toilet, he can do it on the floor. That's what we want. That's care mistakes. Food, it would seem most logical to either not feed him, or if we do feed him, then feed him super carrots. Because we do have to consider our weight. The only obvious issue I can think of is tiredness. The risk of Greymon getting tired. That might happen. We are not able to rest here at the Trash Mountain, so Greymon getting tired is something that might happen, and it would negatively affect our happiness and discipline. Let's just see how it goes. 216 MP, that is fantastic. Training my MP here just seemed like a much better idea than training it in the city, because of how much bigger the stat boost is when you train your MP here. It looks like my decision was to not feed Greymon at all. Well, that's a care mistake, which is good. It will stop his weight from getting any higher, which is good. Here's another care mistake. Shouldn't he no longer be signalling for food? When your Digimon wants to eat, I thought that that after an hour and a half, your Digimon no longer wants to eat. It's been a lot longer than that, and his command for food isn't going away. Okay, that's weird. Well, I'm not sure if we got a care mistake for that or not. We're more than 2/3 of the way with our MP. Happiness and discipline have certainly been affected. He needs the toilet. He's not signalling for anything else at the moment. We're only one away from reaching the MP target. Now we are there with MP. Greymon is tired. Best return to the city and rest. And I am concerned about our happiness and discipline, particularly our happiness. I'm less concerned about our discipline because by having our discipline how it is, we are not fulfilling the bonus condition for Metal Greymon, and also our discipline is quite a bit better than our happiness, and I think it's also less significant as well. So I think happiness is linked to your Digimon's lifespan. I believe I have happy mushrooms in the item bank, which could be fed to Greymon, but that will mean boosting his weight, and also not having a care mistake if we're going to feed them to him when he's hungry and it satisfies his appetite. It looks like I'm avoiding the restaurant. There's a ice mushroom and 4 happy mushrooms. This will take away the effect of the super carrot that we had most recently. It will increase his weight. It will stop us from having a care mistake. And it's also made him sick. Those are the negatives. On the bright side, it has brought his happiness back into the positive, and we can go further with it as well. I'm just heading for the clinic. I think our happiness and discipline will go down when the clock strikes the next hour, since Greymon is sick, but we can produce an animation by giving him another happy mushroom, And we've now entered the next hour. Greymon's appetite has been sorted, and he now wants to sleep. And now that we've recruited Leomon, Nannymon should be at the Leomon's ancestors' cave. And I believe that that's going to be our first time of speaking to Nannymon, so we will get the key item that will enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10. That will be very much welcome, especially with all the items that we're going to be getting from Greylord's mansion if we are successful with our Digivolution. And we are currently able to recruit Vadermon, but Vadermon is another Digimon who works at the restaurant. The most expensive food boosts HP and MP by 30, plus your attack, defense, speed and brains by 3, which I would say is better than the stats that you get from Miramon, which is 5 attack and 3 brains. But Vadermon's most expensive food is a lot more expensive than Miramon's most expensive food. Miramon's is 3,500, Vadermon's is 9,000, and also I think Vadermon's food fills up your Digimon more, so there's less chance of your Digimon, so your Digimon should eat less if it was to be served by Vadermon. And I was particularly keen on my attack being boosted, and Miramon's food boosts your attack more than Vadermon's does. Recruiting Vadermon might be one of those things that's better avoided temporarily, like with recruiting Tyrannomon and Fridgimon. And I came here to the Ogre Fortress because I was wondering if Nannymon would be here at the Ogre Fortress, and he's not. So the requirement for getting Nannymon to show up here hasn't currently been fulfilled, and I think the requirement is to defeat Olgamon the 3rd time and have Waymon join the city. At the time, though, I wasn't sure. I didn't know if recruiting Xiaomon might have been what the requirement was, but it looks like well, it couldn't have been. Recruiting Xiaomon can't be the requirement. because I've recruited Xiaomon and Nannymon wasn't there. And my reason for praising Greymon a few times was to boost my happiness at the expense of my discipline, and the ice mushroom would be fed to Greymon when he wants to eat, which would bring our discipline to being very full. And we don't currently have the effects of a super carrot or a hawk radish, because the last thing we fed Greymon was a happy mushroom. So here's the last of my happy mushrooms. Made him sick. This will be my ice mushroom. Okay. So that fed him and has put our happiness and discipline back to being very good. And our discipline isn't quite good enough to fulfill the bonus condition for Metal Greymon. Looks like I'm force feeding Greymon a hawk radish. I obviously wanted the stat benefits from training, the stat benefits that come from a hawk radish. The prickly pear would come in handy, because that lowers weight. I think it lowers weight by 5, which is 2.5 times the weight reduction that you get from a super carrot. That would take away the effects of the hawk radish, of course, so I'd either have to feed Greymon another hawk radish, unless I decide that I want to give him a super carrot and train something else, but my defense is currently the weakest out of my stats. Well, HP I suppose, but out of attack, defense, speed and brains, discipline is currently the weakest. And when I was playing, I have a feeling that I couldn't remember all of the stat requirements for Metal Greymon, but I think I knew that my HP wasn't good enough, and I think I intentionally kept my HP low for a long time so that I wasn't fulfilling the stat requirement for Metal Greymon, because I wanted to avoid his Digivolution. That did mean that I also wasn't fulfilling the stat requirement for Skull Greymon, but I think I wanted to ensure that I had the other requirements ticked before then working on my stats and getting myself into a position where I fulfilled the stat requirements for Skull Greymon, who was the Digimon that I wanted, while possibly fulfilling the stat requirements for Metal Greymon as well, which is what I didn't want. But when I last checked, Greymon was only 8, so he wouldn't digivolve even if we did fulfill the requirements. We need to have a champion Digimon for a certain amount of time. In my experiences, the earliest age that a champion Digimon digivolves at is usually about 11 or so. So we've probably got at least 2 or 3 days until Digivolutions would be on the cards. We can use that time to make sure that we are fulfilling the requirements. If I check again, Skull Greymon, HP has to be 4,000, not there. MP has to be 6,000, that's there. Attack and defense have to be 400. Attack is there. Defense, I think we literally just got it up to 400. Speed has to be 200, we're fulfilling that. Brains has to be 500, we're not fulfilling that. Yeah, I think I leave HP until last and sort out all of the other stats first. Oh, defense is now at 400. And it looks like I decide to go further with it. Well, brains is another stat that needs to be worked on, and it would be wise to have a super carrot before training brains, just for the bigger stat boost. I wanted Greymon to mess on the floor before letting him sleep, because I wasn't sure if it would register as a care mistake if he did it during his sleep. So I had to loiter for a bit. Well, we've currently got the effects of a hawk radish in our system. So I choose to continue to train defense. He now wants to eat. I give him a prickly pear first, then a super carrot, and then I move on to brains. 500 is what is required, and then that will just leave HP. If I go back to Metal Greymon, HP 4000, so when we get the HP that's needed for Skull Greymon, we'll also get the HP that's needed for Metal Greymon. MP 3000, we've got that. Attack 500, we've got that. Defense 500, we haven't got that. Speed 300, Brains 300, we have got those. So it would seem that we're not actually fulfilling the stat requirements for Metal Greymon, which is obviously a good thing. It's not just HP that's not up to scratch for Metal Greymon, but defense as well. So I was able to give Greymon a load of super carrots there and bring his weight down to be within the range for Skull Greymon. Skull Greymon 25 to 35 is what you need your weight to be. I ran out of carrots, Greymon still wanted to eat, then I trained, and presumably that's a care mistake because although I gave him food, it didn't satisfy his appetite, so I'm sure that would be seen as a care mistake. Anyway, it occurred to me to stop training and rest. And super carrots is something that I would need to buy more of if it's a food item that I plan to continue using. But our HP is the only stat that isn't there, and Horseradish is what you need in order to get a bigger stat boost when training HP, so I just gave him a Horseradish. And it looks like I'm choosing not to neglect his Greymon's appetite because I've gone into the restaurant. So weight is 43, which is 8 above the range. And if I'm not going to buy any more super carrots, then the only way we're going to get our weight down is by not feeding Greymon. That will also be a care mistake. I'm not entirely sure how many care mistakes we've had, but the requirement is 10 or more, so I don't think it's possible to have too many care mistakes in order to I don't think it's possible to have so many care mistakes that you can't digivolve to Skull Greymon. Not quite sure what I was doing there. Was I waiting for his appetite to kick in for some reason? Okay, I've got my defense up to 500, and that means that I'm going to fulfill the stat requirement for Metal Greymon when I get my HP up to 4000 in order to fulfill the stat requirements for Skull Greymon. I must have been confident that I could definitely digivolve to Skull Greymon and not Metal Greymon. Well, our weight is not within range of either Digimon. Our discipline isn't within range of Metal Greymon, and I'm not entirely sure about our care mistakes. But if we fulfill the stat requirement for Metal Greymon and also Skull Greymon as well, and we have the weight requirement for Skull Greymon and not Metal Greymon, the weight requirement and care mistake requirement for Skull Greymon and not Metal Greymon, and not the bonus condition for either of them, then that's, what, 3 requirements for Skull Greymon and only 1 for Metal Greymon. I mean, stats alone isn't going to do it. Okay, it looks like I'm now not feeding him, which is good because our weight is currently over what it needs to be for Skull Greymon, and it's a care mistake as well, which will be very helpful if we're not currently within the care mistake requirement for Skull Greymon. And we have the effects of a Hawk Radish, which is good because HP is what we are training. And if we're avoiding the restaurant, then we might need to rest a bit more to avoid tiredness, but I seem to think that resting once was going to be adequate. Well, if I continue to train HP, don't feed Greymon, have him mess on the floor, then by the time we are fulfilling the stat requirement, I reckon we will also be fulfilling the weight requirement and care mistake requirement. The only thing we won't be fulfilling is the bonus condition. That's for Skull Greymon. As for Metal Greymon, we will be fulfilling the stat requirement. Okay, well, I want to go to Vegemon, but I need to avoid the toilet, so I have to go the long way around. Greymon wants to eat, and if we sleep before his appetite goes away and before he messes on the floor, then we might not get, that might not count as a care mistake, but if we rest, then that will pass an hour, it will take away the tiredness, he'll mess on the floor afterwards,
and then we'll just have to wait for a bit until he no longer signals for food. If your Digimon signals for food for an hour and a half, the hour would have been consumed by resting. Okay, he's no longer signaling for food, he just wants to sleep. I'll say, Metal Greymon I reckon when our HP gets up to 4000, we'll obviously fulfill the stat requirement for Metal Greymon, but I don't think we will fulfill any of the other requirements. Our discipline clearly is not 95% full, it's not even half full. Our weight clearly isn't between 60 and 70, and surely we've had more than 10 care mistakes. The only other potential obstacle I can think of is the question of whether or not we've had a champion Digimon for long enough in order for it to digivolve. Because if we fulfill the 3 requirements and he still doesn't digivolve, then that can only mean that we haven't had Greymon for long enough. Only one more needed. Is something magical about to happen? Okay, something is happening. And logically speaking, it can only be Skull Greymon. By all logic, it can't possibly be Metal Greymon. It is Skull Greymon, so we have the ultimate Digimon that I was trying to get. Very important to make sure I equip counter and take out any other technique, which in that case was Sonic Jab. Because even if I don't plan on having any immediate battles, it's best to do it just so I don't forget. Yeah, I really can't grumble about having Skull Greymon. He can use counter, he is a virus type and can therefore enter Greylord's mansion. The fact that we digivolved to an ultimate means that our stats went up. And our lifespan has been extended. The only downside is that Skull Greymon probably won't live for as long as Metal Mummemon did. Because with Skull Greymon we had to have a lot of care mistakes in order to digivolve to him. Happiness and discipline got affected. There were times when we had tiredness, which also affected happiness and discipline. But worst case scenario, if we end up in a position where we need to live for longer, then we could catch Digi-Seabasses to prolong Skullgreimon's lifespan, but hopefully it won't come down to that. Now, I put everything into the item bank so that I had a lot of spaces in my inventory, and then I took out all of the stat boosting items that I had, the item chips, the sage fruit. I also took out the orange banana because that can be used as a food item and it recovers HP and MP slightly. And I'm trying to make my stats even better than they were by giving Skullgreymon all of the item chips that built up. And every time he declines, I'm then able to do a justifiable scold and boost his discipline. So I want him to decline as much as possible. And he seems to be, taking the items without declining, but I want him to decline. There you go, he's declining again, because I want to have my discipline as good as possible. Because of all these item chips, I can go straight into battles with even better stats than what I had after Digivolving to Skullgreymon. I needed good stats just to be able to Digivolve to Skullgreymon. The Digivolution would have made them even better, and these item chips are making them even better still. Sage fruit is a food item, so it'd probably be best to give that to Skullgreymon when he wants to eat. Otherwise, it will have a negative impact on his happiness and discipline. Item chips are not food items, so we can give them to our Digimon whenever we want, and it makes the most sense to give them straight away so that we have the benefits straight away. It's a shame that I ran out of items that can boost happiness, because our happiness isn't much over half. I used all my happy mushrooms. I used the ice mushroom as well. I don't have any more happy mushrooms or ice mushrooms, and I don't think I ever had any blue apples. And I know I haven't retrieved my items from the item bank, but we need as much inventory space as possible for when we go to Greylord's mansion, because there's a high number of items there. So make sure we've got plenty of space in our inventory so that we can collect them all. Some of the items are item chips, which we will give to Skullgreymon straight away. I think there's 2 brain chips and an MP chip. There's other items which will either be sold or put into the item bank, or will remain in our inventory. There won't be any battles, because we're only doing the initial bit of Greylord's mansion, so we don't need any items. And and there's an autopilot in Greylord's mansion, so we can use that for a fast return to the city, and I can retrieve all the necessary items from the item bank when I feel that it's necessary to have them. But all the rules of this challenge are still the same. The fact that I've got a different Digimon doesn't change anything. If I go up against Digimon who can be beaten with counter, then I'm only allowed to use counter, not allowed to use any finishes. If I go up against Digimon who can't be beaten with counter, then I am allowed to use finishes, but I'm not allowed to do anything else. Regardless of what Digimon I go up against, I'm strictly not allowed to use any technique other than counter, and I'm not allowed to attack while flattened, because technically I would be damaging enemies and without using counter as my technique. Sirloin, really don't care about that, but I do like to collect all of the items in the game, or at least as many as possible. I don't like to leave items uncollected. Okay, the mansion key will enable us to go through certain doors that we couldn't previously go to. When we first entered Greylord's mansion, there was only one unlocked door, and we went through it, and there were then other unlocked doors that we were able to go through that led to us getting the mansion key, and now it's about using the mansion key to unlock doors that we wouldn't be able to get to without the mansion key. The mansion key doesn't work on every door. There's one that can only be opened from one side, and if you're on the wrong side then you can't open it even if you've got the mansion key. I don't think you need the mansion key in order to be able to open this door. I think you just have to be on the right side of it. And then there's another door which can't be opened until after the cutscene with Devimon in Greylord's mansion, which takes place during the second phase of Greylord's mansion, which isn't available to us yet. We have to do the first phase, and then we have to read an article on Xiaomon's notice board which says about Megaton retiring, and then go back to Greylord's mansion and do the next phase. So we found Megaton in a sorry state, and he gave us a key, and we have to return with meat to help him get back onto his feet. Now there's just 2 rooms that we haven't yet been into, which are currently available to us. This is one of them that we're going into. And then the other room, you don't have to go into it, there's nothing useful in there, but I do like to fully explore the mansion. There's a trapdoor in here. This is the room that I'm talking about. There's a trapdoor in here which takes us back down to a room we were previously in, the room containing the toilet, which is convenient because Skull Greymon does need the toilet. Yeah, back down here. So, use the toilet. And we're not too far away from the refrigerator. Very close, in fact. Now we have to leave the mansion, go to the Overdow Cemetery, and there'll be a sirloin on the ground. If you leave the Overdow Cemetery and come back, then the sirloin would have respawned and you can collect another one. And if you keep leaving and keep coming back, then you can collect as many as you want. Here's a sirloin here, and once you give a sirloin to Myotismon and aid him, then the sirloin then stops spawning, so you'll no longer be able to collect it. If you want to collect more than one, then you have to do so before you return to Myotismon and give him the meat. You see that I collected 2, so I give 1 to Myotismon, and then I hold on to the other one myself and put it into the item bank. It's an item that you only really get one chance to get, and if you don't get it, then I don't think there's any possible way of getting it back. So I just like to collect it for the sake of having an item that you're not meant to be able to have. You know, an item that if you don't get it when you have the opportunity, then you don't get another opportunity. Anyway, once we're done talking to Myotismon, we would have done the initial bits of Greylord's mansion, and then we can't do any more until we see to Shalmon's notice board. Well, at least our discipline is full. Just a shame we can't say the same about happiness. And I'm pleased to say that Greylord's mansion shouldn't pose any kind of difficulty. There are 2 mandatory battles that you have to have in order to recruit Skullgreymon. The first is against Techamon, and the second is against Skullgreymon. Techamon, I believe, uses full power, Devolve Program, Megaton Punch, and possibly Buster Dive as well, but definitely Megaton Punch, which counter will work on. And then Skullgreymon uses Warcry, Buster Dive, and Dynamite Kick. Counter works on Dynamite Kick, so the two Digimon can both be defeated with counter. Don't care about the Omni Disc or the Restore or the medicines. Certainly don't care about the Defense Disc. Don't need a large MP, not of all the medium MPs that we've got. The manual is important though. So attack is very good, attack is almost 900. The others were all 700 or more. So stats are looking very good. And I've got Hawk Radishes, should I want to do any more training. So speed is now 800. I didn't realise that I came so close to filling the Virus Scourge, only one away from Digivolve into Sukamon. Down to my last Hawk Radish. the option of me to buy more, but my stats are looking very good. My speed is now 900. Defense and brains are both over 750. Eating at the restaurant will put my attack into the 900 club, so my attack and speed will be 900. Defense and brains will be 750. I'm a bit surprised by my decision to just keep training. I thought I would have been more inclined to prioritise making recruitments. It's not like I'm struggling for stats. So there's the article about my Ultismon. Now we just need to go back to the Grey Lord's mansion and finish what we started. So it looks like I finally decided to put training aside. And that's annoying. Okay, well, I decided to speed it up because it was a pointless battle, an unnecessary battle, insignificant battle, an unimportant battle, an in vain battle, and I think you probably get the idea. I don't really want to I don't want these videos to be longer than they have to be, and I don't really want to bore you with things that are wholly insignificant. So while the main battles are to go at regular speed, any sort of random battles that I accidentally get into, it doesn't seem like necessarily like a bad idea just to speed them up so I can, focus on what's more important. So you come in and your character acknowledges that Megaton is missing. Then go to where he was when you first found him, the area where he was led on the floor, and your character will acknowledge that Megaton isn't there either, and then return to the start of the mansion, attempt to leave, and then it will trigger a cutscene with Digimon. And it's another one of those scenarios where there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. I had the same problem with Meteormon in the Dino region and Leomon in the Gear Savannah. I have the same problem here in Greylord's Mansion with Digimon, as well as Mount Infinity with Digimon, but those are the only 4 scenarios where there's a certain bit of text that I have to go through slowly, or else the game might freeze. I think it's the bit where Digimon says, "Say hi to Megaton for me." So I go through it slowly, but I speed the video up. There you see. So even though it was a lot slower for me, it was very brief for you. So I don't want you staring at boring text boxes any longer than you have to. And let's fight Mr. Weakling. So that just leaves Skull Greymon. And when Techamon used Megaton Punch, I would say that I stopped it and used counter the majority of the time, which was very good to see. Against Tekkamon, I was dependent on Megaton Punch being used. Here against Skullgreymon, I'm dependent on Dynamite Kick being used. I seem to recall his other techniques being Buster Dive and Warcry, which won't be any good. Well, that's the harder parts of recruiting Skull Greymon sorted. All that's left is to speak to my Ultismon. He'll say that he'll join the arena, and if you speak to Digimon, then he says that Skull Greymon joined the city. I think Skull Greymon also only competes in the tournament. So we're completely done with Greylord's mansion, so it's no issue if Greylord Mansion becomes where the back dimension is located. It's not tomorrow? Okay, whatever you say. And Ice Sanctuary's been all sorted for a long time. So before we can consider defeating Machinedramon, we do still have to get Nannimon to show up at the Olga Fortress and speak to Nannimon, and then we'll be done with the Olga Fortress. So then we'll be in a position where we don't have to worry about the back dimension, because we would be totally done at the 3 different places where the back dimension might be at. And I said before, I think for Nannimon to show up at the Olga Fortress, you have to defeat Olgamon for the 3rd time, thus recruiting Waymon, and I think that's what makes Nannimon show up at the Olga Fortress. And the 3rd Olgamon battle is a battle where I will have to use finishes, because the battle can't be won with counter. Sidramon will defeat Gabumon and Olgamon, and Sidramon uses Winter Blast, Giga Freeze, and that powerful ice technique that I can't remember the name of. But I don't think any of them are attacks that counter will work on. Olgamon uses Tremor and Magma Bomb. I don't think counter will help you there. The Gabumon, I'm not so sure. He might use Tremor. I think he uses Megaton Punch or Dynamite Kick, or possibly both, which you can use counter on, but that will only damage Gabumon. It won't damage Sidramon or Olgamon, and in order to be able to win the battle with just counter, I would need Gabumon to be the last Digimon standing. I would need Sidramon and Olgamon to get defeated before Gabumon, and that just isn't going to happen. Gabumon has far less HP than Olgamon and Sidramon, and with the attacks that Olgamon and Sidramon use, especially Sidramon, it doesn't take long at all for Gabumon to get defeated, so there's just no way on this planet that Olgamon and Warusidramon would get defeated before Gabumon, so that you can then defeat Gabumon with counter. Gabumon will get defeated first, followed by Olgamon, and then you'll have to defeat Warusidramon yourself. That's the thing with these Olgamon battles, it's always a case of there being one Digimon who's a lot stronger than the others, and that one Digimon pretty much defeats the other Digimon for you. The Olgamon pretty much defeats the Olgumons for you in the first Olgamon battle, second Olgamon battle, and fourth Olgamon battle, and then here in the third Olgamon battle, Warusidramon pretty much defeats Gabumon and Olgamon for you. So you only really need to defeat Warusidramon in this battle and Olgamon in the other 3 battles. The 6 Olgumons, the Gabumon and the Olgamon in this battle are usually very quick to get defeated by a more powerful ally. So that's Gabumon defeated already. We can weaken Warusidramon with our finish. We should probably wait till Olgamon gets defeated before using another finish though. We'll wait for Olgamon to get defeated before defeating Warusidramon. Okay, so Olgamon will now be at the drill tunnel and I think defeating and recruiting Olgamon is the only remaining thing that I have to do at the drill tunnel. I've recruited Miramon and Dromolgemon, went to Leomon's ancestor's cave, took the stone, gave it to Leomon, recruited Leomon, returned to Leomon's ancestor's cave, spoke to Nannymon, so I can't think of anything else in the drill tunnel that needs to be done. And Waymon is about to join the city, so we will be able to go to Factorial Town, but it would only be wise to go there at the time of one of the shift changes. One of them is midnight, the other is midday. We will be asleep at midday, because Skull Greymon sleeps during the day, so I guess midnight tomorrow would be, well, midnight just over 24 hours, or just under 24 hours away, I suppose, would be the next opportunity that we would get to take advantage of the shift change and make it past the Guardromons in Factorial Town. And here I'm having the first Garulamon battle, and I have to use finishes in order to win against him. Hopefully, we'll only need one more finish in order to defeat him. I suspect it's going to be close though. damn it. Narrowly survived. Well, we're definitely going to beat him this time. But we aren't going to recruit him, not by only beating him once, but at least we have beaten him the first time. Got a bit of money for it, and a HP chip. So after defeating Olgamon for the third time, what better idea than to go to the drill tunnel and have the fourth and final Olgamon battle, and have Olgamon join the city. His HP is 3,600. The Olgamons will get defeated by his Tremor. We won't be able to defeat Olgamon with counter, so we'll have to use our finish, Dark Shot, and hopefully it will only take 2. And unless I'm mistaken, I won't ever have to come back to the drill tunnel again.
Easy enough. And I learnt Tremor. Wow. Can I possibly tell you how little I care? I mean, if we take the width of a human hair and divide that by 1,000, then that's still more than how much I care about the fact that I learnt Tremor. When counter is the only technique that you're allowed to use, you really don't care about any other technique. I'm not going to Factorial Town, going to Secret Beach Cave instead. The Misty Egg hasn't yet been collected. Why does the Olgamon Bandit music still play? We defeated Olgamon here, recruited Waymon. We then defeated Olgamon for the 4th and final time, thus recruiting him. Miramon, my favourite chef. And I suppose that I'm his best customer, considering I'm surely his only customer, unless the other Digimon who've been recruited eat there as well. Anyways, it's now good to go to Olga Fortress. We have, well, since going there the last time, when Nanimon didn't show up, we've now defeated Olgamon for the 3rd time and the 4th time, and recruited him. So surely Nanimon has to be there now. And it would be nice to speak to him because it's progress, and also we then have no need for the Olga Fortress, as well as having no need for Greylord's Mansion or the Ice Sanctuary, and then we'll be in a position where we don't have to worry about the back dimension, so we won't have to put on hold defeating Machine Dramon. Here he is. it's just over 3/4 of a day until the shift change at Factorial Town, but Skullgreymon wants to sleep. And when he wakes up, we will be quite a bit closer to the shift change. So we're not too far away from being able to make progress with Factorial Town. Guromon will have to be defeated, as will Numamon, as will Metal Mummemon. All three of those Digimon join the city. Andromon also joins, but you don't need to battle him. And the sewer within the Factorial Town is one of the places that Nannymon features at. The battle against Guromon would be top of my priority list. Well, I suppose collecting the items would be the first thing that I would do. But when it comes to battles, I think Guromon would be top of my priority list, ahead of Metal Mummemon, and Numamon can't be defeated until after defeating Guromon. I'm heading to the green gym so that I can sleep. I gave Skullgreymon a Horseradish so that I'll get bigger effects when training HP, speed or defense. And I decided that I would like to pass the time by training and then leave when we're close to the shift change at Factorial Town. Okay, it's about 6 hours from now. Okay, we've maxed out our speed. That was very good. I knew that Skullgreymon wanted food, but the food command lasts an hour and a half, so long enough to train once more, and still have half an hour to make it to the restaurant. If I want to make the most of the effects of the Horseradish, then training either HP or defense would make the most sense in that respect. But it could be seen as wise to prioritise attack over the other stats. But I choose to train defense, thus making the most of the Horseradish that I gave to Skullgreymon just before sleeping. And now we have to go to Factorial Town because it's only about half an hour until the shift change. You don't have to go there like bang on midnight or bang on midday. You do get like a few minutes either side, but there's not much leniency. It'd be really annoying if Metalmumemon was here in this room. He's not, which is a good thing, because it would be really annoying because we wouldn't be able to battle him, because then we would miss the shift change. It would be too late for the shift change, so we'd have to ignore him, and it would just seem like really annoying, you know, Metalmumemon showing up, but us not being able to battle him, and then having to return later, and likely have to grind for quite a while in order to get him to show up. You know, we made the shift change. We had a few minutes to spare because it's okay to be like a few minutes past the hour, the same way it's okay to be a few minutes before the hour. And once I'm done looting, I will then battle Guromon, who I have to use finishes against. He uses Devolve Program, Delete Program, and DG Dimension, so I have to do nothing, wait for my finish gorge to fill up, and defeat him with finishes. Guromon, in a destructive mood. Can't you be the bigger Digimon and walk away? Oh wait, you don't have any legs, do you? So I guess you won't be doing much walking. Right, he'll have to learn the hard way to behave himself and not be destructive. Alright, please collapse in a way where I can get to the defense chip. Okay. Well, Guromon is looking in a sorry state, but hopefully in the near future he will get back onto his feet. And that's what I would be saying if he had feet, which he doesn't. So he won't be getting back onto his feet. Nonetheless, maybe he will recover and will become a recruitable Digimon later on, but we'll see. When I was flattened, I had to make sure that either distance or defensive had been picked, because I'm not allowed to attack while flattened. I was pleased that I managed to defeat him with just 3 finishes, because it did look like it might have taken 4. And good thing about being against Guromon is that his finish very rarely hits you, especially when his bomb gets thrown off screen, where you physically can't even get to it. Just a shame that if you have a Guromon yourself, then there's little point in using your finishes because they're probably not going to accomplish anything. But the sewer is back to normal, Numamon will battle us, and we'll have to defeat him with a finish. It will only take one, and will only sustain tiny damage, if any, throughout this battle. I wonder if that takes the prize for the longest time that it's ever taken to defeat this Numamon in a battle. So the only Filth Digimon who you have to battle in order to recruit has been recruited. If we return to Andromon, speak to him, and then return to him again at a later point in time, then we will be able to recruit him plus Guromon, as well as speak to Nannymon at the sewer, which will put us one step closer to recruiting Nannymon. We haven't spoke to him at the Dino region, or Toy Town, or the sewer, but we have spoke to him at Leomon's Ancestor's Cave and the Olga Fortress. And before leaving Factorial Town, I've decided to try and get Metal Mumemon to show up. He wasn't present, so I left, re-entered, he still wasn't present, and now repeatedly leaving and re-entering. And he's now here. I could tell straight away because the yellow Numamon wasn't here, which meant that Metal Mumemon would be here. Because when there's random Digimon in here, Metal Mumemon won't be here. When Metal Mumemon is here, there won't be any random Digimon in here. So that's how, if you enter where I entered, then you can tell straight away if Metal Mumemon is there. And this is another battle where I have to use finishes. Metal Splinter, Pulse Laser or Range Beam
counter's not going to help me against any of those techniques. Where Metal Mummemon is so small, Skull Greymon's missile at first was too high up to strike Metal Mummemon, so it ended up missing him. But fortunately, the missile seems to lock on, because instead of just going into the ground and blowing up, the missile sort of returned and did end up striking Metal Mummemon, and it did it all 3 times. Well, we have to give it a bit of time before returning to Factorial Town. And seeing as we no longer have to worry about back dimension, what better time to move on to Mount Infinity, and from here
the intention is to defeat Devimon, then Metal Greymon, then Machinedramon, leaving Megadramon and Digitarmon for later. Now the first battle against Devimon, we won't be allowed to use any finishes, as we are able to defeat Devimon with counter. His offensive attacks are Megalospark and Megaton Punch, and you can use counter on Megaton Punch. So we are able to defeat Devimon with counter, and after having a number of battles where I was forced to use finishes and wasn't able to use counter, it sort of feels like it makes a nice change to go back to using counter. This is a counter solo challenge after all. I only got one more room to go through before we're up to Devimon. Our stats are certainly looking fantastic. Out of attack, defense, speed and brains, brains is the only stat that's under 900, and even brains is over 800. So brains is over 800, attack, defense and speed over 900. But that was Megaton Punch, which is good, but we need to counter it. That's better. There is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly when Devimon says about not wanting a ruler. I do speed the video up. Here it is. Going through that at normal speed can result in the game freezing, so I went through it slowly to try and prevent the game from freezing, which was successful, and I speeded the video up so it was only brief for you, and that's the last time in this video that I have to do that. The other occasions being Devimon in Greylord's Mansion, Leomon in Gear Savannah, and Meteormon in the Dino region. And considering my attack is close to being maxed out, I'm surprised by how little damage Counter did against Devimon. It generally did about 400. I seem to recall Counter doing about 500 or 600 when I was against Mumemon and Piximon, and my attack when I was against them was quite a bit weaker than what it is now. So I'm a bit surprised by that. But what is good is the frequency in which Counter is being used. It seems to be, well, against Devimon it looked like it was being used the majority of the time. You know, when Megaton Punch got used, it looked like Counter was being, you know, used like more than half of the time, which was very good. And I'm ignoring Megadramon for the time being and going straight for Metal Greymon, and this is another one of those battles where I have to use finishes in order to defeat him, because I can't see Counter accomplishing anything when you're fighting a Digimon who's using Meltdown, Infinity Burn and Buster Dive. But this fight will prove who's better out of Greymon's ultimate forms. Skull Greymon versus his metal cousin. Metal Greymon versus his bony cousin. the defense chip that Metal Greymon is about to drop will be given to Skull Greymon ahead of the Machinedramon battle. No use for the quick chip that I've got in my inventory because my speed is already at the maximum. Okay, it looks like I decided not to use the defense chip. Okay, I guess I wanted Skull Greymon to be at risk of taking more damage from attacks. But the defense chip would have had an effect because my defense is not at the maximum, so the defense chip would, boost my defense by 50. Quick chip has no useful function though, because my speed can't go any higher. Anyway, Machinedramon is to be defeated with counter, because I can counter Megaton Punch, but not Thunderbolt or Range. Use Megaton Punch. That's a funny looking Megaton Punch. That's better. As expected, the Machinedramon battle proved to be a tough and time-consuming battle. He started off with 9,400 HP. My counter was only doing about 400 damage. Machinedramon would have had very good all-round stats. I was dependent on him using Megaton Punch as opposed to Thunderbolt and or Range Beam, and even when he did use Megaton Punch, I was still dependent on counter being successful. So with all that in mind, it did take a long time to defeat Machinedramon, as expected. And I chose not to use the protective floppy because my plan was to reserve that for Digitarmamon. I think that it would be more useful against Digitarmamon. Machinedramon can paralyze with Thunderbolt and Megaton Punch, but Digitarmamon can paralyze with Thunderbolt and Meltdown, and he can confuse with Confusion Storm, and I thought that I was probably going to experience more status harm against Digitarmamon, so that's why I reserved the protective floppy for the Digitarmamon battle instead of using it during the Machinedramon battle. And if I was simply aiming to complete the game, then defeating Machinedramon would have been adequate. But since we're aiming for as many prosperity points as possible, we have to continue, and I've used Birdramon to take me to the Dino region because I decided that by this stage I probably didn't need to rely on the restaurant too heavily. There's not too many Digimon left to be defeated in battle. When it comes to training, I've got the advantage of having the training manual, Super Carrots, Hawk Radishes, Quaggamon, Carboterimon, the gym upgrade that Tainamon was responsible for. So I decided to recruit the restaurant Digimon. So I've come to the Dino region to speak to Tyrannomon, and he'll join the city afterwards. Much earlier I defeated Meteormon, but then I chose to leave because I wanted Miramon to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant. But since that's not really a problem anymore, I'm now recruiting the other restaurant Digimon. Here I'm recruiting Tyrannomon. That's him recruited. But I still have to go back to where Meteormon was, because Nannymon will now be there. And so I'll have to speak to Nannymon, and then I can leave the Dino region. I still need to recruit Fridgimon and Vadermon. Them combined with Miramon and Tyrannomon means that there's still Digitarmamon, who is available at Mount Infinity, along with Megadramon. I haven't mentioned... I didn't mention Garulamon, and there is a reason for that, which I will touch upon later. But without needing to have any battles, I can recruit Fridgimon and Vadermon, and I was able to recruit Tyrannomon. That did require battles, but they took place a long time ago. here in Friesland, I'm heading to Fridgimon. All I have to do is speak to him and he'll join the city afterwards. And then I decide to try and go to the back dimension, because we're not far away from the Ice Sanctuary, which is one of the places that the back dimension could be at. And obviously I'm not going to battle Machinedramon, but I would still like to go to the back dimension because there are a lot of available items at the back dimension, mostly item chips, and I would like to have the advantage of being able to give those item chips to Skullgreymon or sell them if they're not of use. But before any of that, I'm going to Misty Trees to speak to Cherrymon so that he'll clear the fog and Toy Town will become available to us. I have no use for Toy Town at the moment, but by speaking to Cherrymon, it should be possible for Birdramon to take us straight to Misty Trees, straight to this area that we're in currently. So when the time comes and I do need to go to Toy Town, Birdramon should be able to take me straight to here, and I'll have a clear path to Toy Town. That's pretty much the only reason why I came here and spoke to Cherrymon. Before we worry about the back dimension, there is another Digimon waiting to be recruited, a Digimon known as Vadermon. We saw the Article 8, on Xiaomon's board. So just go to where the crop circles are, and Vadermon will join the city afterwards. So this would be our fourth restaurant employee. Miramon was the first, Tyrannomon was the second, followed by Fridgimon. Here is Vadermon. Digitarmamon will be the fifth person to join the restaurant when we get around to returning to Mount Infinity. And I haven't forgotten about the back dimension, but I was also thinking about Factorial Town, and I thought I could get my attack up to the maximum. Which I've done. Train my HP a little bit. It's now a new day, and I was hoping that I had given Factorial Town long enough. So from here I go to Andromon, hoping that he has recovered the data. I'm not interested in the data, but he will join the city afterwards, and then we'll be able to recruit Guromon, as well as speak to Nannymon at the sewer, and we will then be done with the Factorial Town, and we'll only have to speak to Nannymon at one more location.
So there's Mount Infinity, where Megadramon and Digitarmamon haven't yet been recruited. That's 6 prosperity points for those 2 Digimon combined. Digimon's mentioned about Analog Man. Go through the text quickly. 88 prosperity points. Angemon, that's Garulamon, Digitarmamon, no further hints. So 88 prosperity points. Megadramon would make it 91, Digitarmamon would make it 94, Muncymon would make it 97, Nannymon would make it 98, Garulamon would make it 100. So we are close. There's not much more left to do. The Mount Infinity was the place that I had in mind, but I have now decided to search for the back dimension, because all of the items that are there, some of them will come in handy ahead of our battles against Megadramon and Digitarmamon. Now, Megadramon, he uses Giga Freeze and DG dimension, which we won't have any joy with countering. However, he also uses Megaton Punch, which we can counter, and that's how we are going to be defeating Megadramon. Okay, we've been stopped, so the back dimension isn't here. So it's either at the Olga Fortress or Grey Lord's Mansion. If it was at the Ice Sanctuary, then we would have been able to have entered, despite the fact that Skullgreymon isn't a vaccine Digimon. Well, by going to Gear Savannah, we can use the elevator to take us down. And if the Olga Fortress is where the back dimension is, then happy days. If it's not here, then it will be at oh well, it doesn't matter because it's here. But if it wasn't here, then it would have been at Grey Lord's Mansion. Digitarmamon is a less straightforward battle. He doesn't use a technique that can be countered. He uses Meltdown, Confusion Storm, and Thunderbolt. You can't use counter against those techniques. However, as well as not being able to use counter against him, we are also not allowed to use finishes against him, because there is a way of defeating him without counter, and I am running into a bit of trouble here. And without finishes. Reason for that,
Okay, we're going to have to run from the battle. The reason for that is because Digitamomon's finish, Nightmare Syndrome, has a 50% chance of hitting him instead of us. That will damage him, and so when battling Digitamon and aiming to defeat him and recruit him, it is possible for him to defeat himself by hitting himself with his own Nightmare Syndrome enough times. So with Digitamon, it's a case of we have to basically sit still and do nothing and hope that Digit South with his finishes. It's something that will inevitably happen, because for as long as he's alive, he'll keep attacking, he'll keep getting finishes, and he'll keep using them. It's just a case of how frequently his finishes hit him instead of us, how much damage they do, and how quickly he will become defeated as a result of it. But just so that all is clear, when we go to Mount Infinity, Megadramon, we are going to have to defeat with counter, and without using any finishes, whereas Digitamon, we won't be able to use counter or finishes. We need him to defeat himself. With his Nightmare Syndrome.
Understandably, some of these battles are proven to be time consuming, and the next battle is probably going to prove to be even more time consuming, because I'm just going to sit still and wait for Digimon to defeat himself with Nightmare Syndrome. I need him to get as many finishes as possible, as quickly as possible, and I need them to hit him all I can do is just try and survive best I can and hope that his finishes come as quickly as possible and that I get lucky with who they hit. On the plus side, we do have fantastic stats, plenty of items, we'll use a protective floppy as well so we don't experience any status harm. Come on, get lucky. Yay! Come on, get lucky. Hey, 2-0 in my favour. Come on, get lucky. Damn it. Now it's 2-1 in my favour. Okay, let's hope for luck. Damn it. Come on, get lucky. So far, 2 have hit me, 2 have hit him. Okay, it's now 3-2 in his favour. Okay, here we go. Come on, hit the round one. You know you want to. Thank you. So now it's 3-3. It's possible we can finish the job with just 2 more. It's either going to take 2 or 3 more in order for him to get defeated. 2 or 3 more that hit him, of course. And one of us is going to get hit for the 4th time. Well, hit by Nightmare Syndrome for the 4th time. And it happened to be me. Who is luck going to favour? Go on, hit Digimon, that way we've both been hit 4 times. That's fair, right? Oh. Okay, it's 5-3 in his favour. Are things about to get better or worse? better, and that was powerful as well. We should be able to do it with one more, if it hits him, of course. It's 5-4 in his favour. So this will be the 10th Nightmare Syndrome. Will it also be the one that ends the battle? Yes, it is. So 5 hit me, 5 hit him. Seems fair to me. So we're now up to 94 prosperity points. It was 88, but Megadramon would have made it 91. Digitarmamon would have made it 94. So that leaves Muncymon, who would bring it up to 97. Nannymon would bring it up to 98. And Garulamon would bring it up to 100. So from here, I don't have anything else to do with Skullgreymon. Skullgreymon has no more usefulness. We need to move on to Toy Town. We need to put ourselves into a position where we're able to make progress towards Toy Town. That will require us to start over again with a new egg. A baby Digimon will hatch from it, digivolve through to a rookie. From the rookie, digivolve to Numamon, take him to Toy Town, digivolve to Muncymon, defeat Worumuncymon with counter. That can be done because Worumuncymon uses Megaton Punch, along with Buster Dive and Thunderbolt and Muscle Charge. Defeating Worumuncymon will mean being able to recruit Muncymon, and it will enable us to speak to Nannymon for the 5th time, which will result in him joining the city, which will bring us up to 98 prosperity points, and then we will be done with this challenge. So why are we stopping at 98 prosperity points and not going up to 100? The answer to that question is because, unfortunately, we are unable to recruit Garulamon, and rather than attempt to defeat him with Skullgreymon, which we won't be able to do, I decided to just train with Skullgreymon until he fades away, so I can then focus on Toy Town. The reason why we can't beat Garulamon is because we would have to defeat him for the 2nd time, since we've already defeated him the 1st time, and the 2nd time you're not allowed to give any commands to your Digimon. which includes not being able to use any finishes, as well as not being able to give any items to your Digimon, Garurumon uses Ice Statue and Giga Freeze, as well as War Cry, I believe, and Counter doesn't work on any of those techniques, unless I'm mistaken. And if I'm right, then we have no way of harming Garurumon with Counter. So normally the next solution would be to use finishes instead, but we can't use finishes in the second Garurumon battle because you're not able to give any commands to your Digimon, including the use of finishes. And since we're not allowed to use any technique other than Counter, we find ourselves in a position where we can't defeat Garurumon. He can't defeat himself like Digitarmamon did. We just are unable to inflict any damage upon Garurumon, so it's a choice between having to use an alternative technique in order to make 100 prosperity points possible, or to stick to the rules that we've been going by and accept the fact that 98 prosperity points is the best we can hope for. And I decided to stick with Counter, stick with, the rule of Counter being the only technique that we use, stick to the rule of not being allowed to attack while flattened. That wouldn't help us against Garurumon because his attacks can paralyze, but they can't flatten, nor can they cause any other status harm. The use of finishes has helped us against numerous Digimon, but that's not an option for the second Garurumon battle, so we just really hit a position where I can't see any way of being able to recruit Garurumon. So the challenge will end after recruiting Muncymon and Nannymon and making it up to 98 prosperity points. Throughout this challenge, I haven't used any technique other than Counter, and I haven't even attacked while flattened. In the battles that I was able to win without the need of using finishes, I, won those battles. I've just speeded the video up because it's just me training until Skull Greymon fades away. In the battles where I physically couldn't win, I altered the rules to allow myself to use finishes, but in the battles that could be won without finishes, I only used Counter, and in the battles where I had to rely on finishes, I just had to loiter until my finish gauge filled up. The battle against Digitarmamon was a battle where Counter wouldn't work, but I didn't have to rely on finishes because it was possible for Digitarmamon to defeat himself, which is what I had to rely on. And we get a medal for maxing all of our stats. Happy days. So yeah, to begin with in this challenge, I only use Counter and didn't use any finishes, and I believe I got myself into a position where 48 prosperity points was as good as it could have gotten without making any kind of alteration. So I then allowed my... Okay, we're fading away now. I then allowed myself to use finishes in the battles where I couldn't win with just counter, so that I was able to make further progress. And, well, in the battles where I had to use finishes, I only used finishes. In the battles where I could win with counter, I didn't use finishes. I didn't use any technique different to counter, and I didn't attack while flattened. So, all in all, I think this challenge has been very successful, both in regards to honouring the rules, as well as succeeding at what needed to be done. Garurumon, I couldn't see any way of being able to recruit him, for reasons mentioned. All the other Digimon, I did find a way of recruiting. And Digitarmamon was unique in that I had to rely on him to defeat himself. And there were also a handful of battles where I was up against multiple Digimon, and I had to rely on the Digimon getting defeated by each other, so that there was only one Digimon left, and then I finished off that Digimon myself. But if we focus on where we are at the moment, I have Bottomon, who I am training. Obviously I'm going to digivolve to Koromon, and I have no preference out of whether or not Koromon digivolves to Agumon or Gabumon. Either way, we are going to digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Numamon, who's the Digimon that we need. And in order to digivolve to Numamon, we have to not fulfill enough requirements for any of the natural Digivolutions. And so, to try and be successful with this, I decided to keep my HP and MP under 1,000, as well as keeping my attack, defense, speed and brains under 100. That way I wouldn't be fulfilling any of the stat requirements for any of the champion Digimon. I am training to get better stats and to pass the time, and the aim is to get them close to the threshold so that I've got the best possible stats, but I have to keep them below the threshold, so get HP and MP close to 1,000, get attack, defense, speed and brains close to 100. That way I'm giving myself like the best possible stats while still staying under the threshold. And when I have a rookie Digimon, I will take it to the toilet, something that has to be done since our virus gorge is only one away from being full, and I want to keep my happiness and discipline as full as it can be. I also will let my Digimon sleep when it wants to sleep. But when it comes to food, I won't be feeding my Digimon because I want to have low weight so that I hopefully won't fulfill any of the weight requirements for any of the champions, and by not feeding my Digimon I will also have high care mistakes, which will hopefully rule out most of the champion Digimon. You've got stats, care mistakes, weight, and the bonus condition. I'm not going to fulfill the stat requirements for any of the Digimon, so that leaves care mistakes, weight, and the bonus condition. And so unless I'm mistaken, the only way I would digivolve to a champion Digimon is if I was to fulfill care mistakes, weight, and the bonus condition, as I believe you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements, meaning that you can afford to not fulfill one of the requirements. But we definitely won't be fulfilling the stat requirement, and then because of that, failing to fulfill one of the other requirements for a certain champion Digimon will rule out that champion Digimon. So keep stats below the threshold, don't feed the rookie Digimon, low weight, high care mistakes, and when I get to the point where I can't make my stats go any higher without the risk of going over the threshold, I will then pass the time by resting until digivolving. If I was to digivolve from Koromon to Agumon, then judging by the number of care mistakes that I'm going to have, the only Digimon whose care mistake requirement I would fulfill would be Miramon, because his condition is a minimum of 5 care mistakes. The other Digimon, I think it's 5 or less, so I'll probably fulfill the care mistake requirement for Miramon, but not the stat requirement, and not the weight requirement either. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what the bonus condition for Miramon is, but if I'm right about having to fulfill 3 of the conditions, then I don't need to worry, because even with the bonus condition, I would only be fulfilling 2. If my weight was 1, which is the lowest it can be at, I can't think of any champion Digimon that Agumon or Gabumon could digivolve to whose weight requirement I would be fulfilling by having my weight at the minimum. So that plus the stats would surely guarantee Numemon. If I have Agumon, I can't think of any champion Digimon that I would be fulfilling the weight requirement for. Certainly the stat requirement, So that leaves the bonus condition and the care mistake requirement. And I think out of Agumon's champions, I believe Miramon is the only one who will fulfill the care mistake requirement for. As for Gabumon, he might have a champion Digimon where the number of care mistakes required is 5 or more, but I don't believe we would be fulfilling the weight requirement by having our weight at the minimum, and certainly not the stat requirement. I probably will fulfill some of the bonus conditions, but that's not going to be a problem if I'm not fulfilling 2 of the other requirements. If I didn't want to limit my stats, and if I wanted to just train until having the best possible stats, then it might still be possible to digivolve to Numamon, but it would be a lot riskier. I would have had to have put a lot more thought into it, and so doing what I'm doing just made getting Numamon a lot easier. Digivolve into Numamon, I think, lowers your stats by 20%, but Digivolving... okay, we are Digivolving to a rookie. Digivolving to Muncymon will boost the stats to a good extent, and then we have the choice of either training to get better stats or the use of devil chips. It is Agumon that we've digivolved to. So our stats can go a little bit higher. Yeah, Digivolve into Muncymon to make our stats go up a lot, and then there's a choice between training to get better stats. The training manual would help us, as would the Hawk Radishes and the Super Carrots. The fact that we upgraded the gym with Tyrannomon, and that we have recruited Kawagamon and Carboterimon, and the fact that Muncymon is an ultimate Digimon, we would get generous stat boosts from training with Muncymon. But the use of devil chips would be faster than training. We can just buy a load of devil chips, give them to Muncymon, and then pretty much straight away be in a position to battle Muncymon. Just have to make sure that I don't give so many devil chips that Muncymon fades away before we can even make it to Muncymon. So going to do a bit more training. I'm making the most of the bonus tries so that I'm able to get smaller stat boosts, because training normally would put the stat over the limit. So by doing the bonus try, we can boost our stats to a smaller amount so that we don't go over the limit. And well, now that that's done, I'm not comfortable going any further with my stats, so to pass time all I can do now is rest, so I'll be resting at the clinic to pass the time, and I will continue to not feed Agumon. I'll continue to let him sleep, and I'll continue to take him to the toilet, as well as obtaining sirloins from Vegemon. But apart from that, there isn't really anything that I'm going to be doing until Digivolving. I haven't recruited Muncymon yet, or Nannymon, so this challenge isn't over just yet, but Muncymon and Nannymon are the only recruits left, so the battle with Muncymon is the only battle remaining, and it will be a battle where I will be using counter and not using finishes. I don't anticipate any I can't think of any like issues that I'm overlooking, so I think we are, almost there with this challenge. And while we're waiting for the Digivolution, I just want to say that this challenge was very tough to begin with. I remember having frustrating times with learning counter, and when I did eventually learn it, I wasn't able to get very good stats, not straight away, and so I was having battles. I had Dramoldramon as my Digimon at the time. I was getting into battles, I had poor stats, my sort of experience with counter was very limited, my understanding of it was very limited, and I'm still not sure if I understand the technique wholly. I'm not sure if I do have good knowledge on it despite this challenge. And some of the battles were very tough to begin with. Palmon was very tough. I had real difficulty with Palmon. It did get sort of easier later on when I was able to get better stats when I moved on to Ninjamon and Metal Mummemon, Skull Greymon. The challenge did become easier, counter became more reliable. I was, using it a lot more frequently, doing more damage with it. So the challenge did get easier. And to begin with, I remember having concerns as to whether I was going to successfully see the challenge through, or if it was going to prove to be too difficult. The rules of only using counter and not using anything else, even finishes, that turned out not to be possible because I wasn't able to get enough prosperity points just for Mount Infinity to become available. And even if I did find a way of accessing Mount Infinity, surely there was no way of making it past Metal Greymon. So I did have to alter the rules, but I believe allowing myself to use finishes in the battles that couldn't be won any other way. I think that was the only alteration that I made. So the challenge, it started off very difficult and I was worried about it, and I thought that it would get harder since the Digimon battles were going to get tougher. I was going to go against more powerful Digimon with better stats, but it actually proved to become easier, I would say. And I think it's great that I managed to succeed at this challenge. I am somebody who literally never uses counter when it comes to standard playthroughs of this game. I came up with the idea. I wasn't sure if it would be possible to succeed, but I decided to try it and, record myself trying it. And I'm very, pleased and satisfied that the challenge went how it went. Because I've managed to get into this position where I've got 94 prosperity points. There's only one battle left, the battle with Muncimon. There's only 4 more recruitment points, Muncimon and Nanimon. So I'm very pleased with how this challenge has turned out. I can't say that I've enjoyed it the whole way through. I had some real frustrations at times, and some of the battles were slow. It wasn't fun just standing still and waiting for counter to get used, hoping it would get used, needing certain attacks to be used against me, having to only use finishes in battles, just stood still waiting for my finish gorge to fill up. Or the more recent example being in Mount Infinity, just standing still and having to wait for Digitamamon to defeat himself. Some of the battles, some of the sort of parts of this challenge did prove to be frustrating, but it was still very satisfying to have... Oh, are we Digivolving? Oh, we are. It was still very satisfying to have succeeded. It was very rewarding, and I'm very pleased that I chose to take this challenge on and that it's turned out how it has. Numamon is our Digimon, and the first thing we're going to do with him is clean up the city. Okay, that's all I was able to find. Now, to focus on more pressing matters, we need to take Numamon to Toy Town. Birdramon can take us straight to Misty Trees in the area that Cherrymon is in. We'll have a clear path to Toy Town. We can go straight to the Muncymon suit, Digivolve to Muncymon, speak to the robot Digimon, get the door unlocked so we'll have access to Wuru Muncymon. I need to make sure that Counter is the technique I have equipped. Give the Devil Chips to Muncymon. In the end I decided just to use Devil Chips to improve my stats. And try and make it through to Muncymon best we can. Make it back out best we can. Recruit Muncymon. Make it back to where Wuru Muncymon was. Nannymon will be there. Speak to Nannymon, get the other key item, which will enable us to carry 30 items instead of 20. And Nannymon will join the city, and that will bring us up to 98 prosperity points, and there will be nothing more to do. Sometimes I am very bad at avoiding enemies, and sometimes I am very bad at progressing through the sort of initial rooms of Toy Town. You know, making it past the clear Agumons, the Tankmons, the Toy Agumons. You know, it's very evident in some of the videos that I've done, and it'll be annoying if I repeatedly mess up at it like I often do, but hopefully I'll be able to make it through without too much difficulty. And as viewers, I'd be very grateful if you could let me know what you thought of this challenge. You know, I feel accomplished by managing to do what I've done. You know, I feel satisfied. You know, I'm very pleased with how it's turned out. So I myself only really have positive stuff to say, but it's very important that I know how what you viewers thought, because while I enjoy doing this stuff, while I am dedicated to it and passionate about it, one of my main objectives is to provide content that people enjoy. So I'd be very grateful to receive feedback. Positive feedback would be reassuring and flattering. negative feedback would be useful, because I can use that to sort of consider making improvements in certain areas. You know, if there's something that I could have done better at, if there was something you didn't like, then please, you know, let your thoughts be heard. The comment section is available, and I'd be very grateful to hear from anybody who has anything to say regarding me or this challenge or this game. So please let me know what you thought. Here we go for our last compulsory battle. There's no point being here if Warumatsimon can't get to me. I need him to be able to get within close enough range to do Megaton Punch. And we're there. So we've done enough to recruit Muncymon, and once we recruit Muncymon, we would have done enough for Nannymon to show up. He will feature in this room on the spot that Muncymon is on. So from here, go back to the robot Digimon, recruit Muncymon, come back here, speak to Nannymon, return to the city. Digimon will confirm the recruitment of Muncymon and Nannymon, and the fact that we have 98 prosperity points, and that will be challenge done, with Garurumon being the only Digimon that we weren't able to recruit in this challenge. The circumstances made it undoable. But it's not like it was possible to recruit Garurumon and I couldn't succeed at it. It was a case of Garurumon being impossible to recruit under these circumstances, unless there's something that I'm overlooking. As far as I'm concerned, it's 98 prosperity points out of 98 prosperity points, not 98 prosperity points out of 100 prosperity points. So I'm just going back for Nannymon. Hopefully I can evade the enemies. It's only counter-equipped, so I'm not going to use any technique that I'm not allowed to use, but it would be quicker and easier to avoid the enemies. Okay, well, the Tankmon, in my opinion, are the hardest to avoid, so I always feel positively when I get them out of the way. I think the clear Agumons are the easiest to avoid. There is Nannymon. There's the key item, and that's our cue to go back to the city. So I thank everyone for watching. If you watched this all the way through, then I would like to thank you for devoting your time to me and my video. I hope that you enjoyed it. I do try my best. I understand that what I do can't appeal to everybody. But for those of you that did watch, I thank you, and I hope you enjoyed.